Hello, hello, and welcome back to episode 12 of Tiān 2. Last week, last week was a bit of a doozy. We had confrontations and complications and completions of many jobs and tasks and long-standing issues that finally, at least what it appears to be, coming to an end. The job that was assigned by Gertrude seems to be completed in full. And while there appears to be some ominous lingering on and going ons, it appears that finally some things may be going the way of our adventurers. Although, it was a little bit concerning when Malmun came back and started describing a few unsavory bits with his confrontation with the quote unquote Mad Maestro the previous evening. But, with all that being said, as I don't want to keep us here for a half an hour describing the novel that happened last session, I think we can just begin as the day opens up and there is a light sprinkling of rain falling from a not dark sky but a light gray one.
Light rain's not so bad.
Yeah, it should be fine. Well,
Quick question: were we able to attune to the magic items that we got?
Yeah, the first hour in the morning you guys can just sit and get used to those items.
Cool.
understood.
Speaking of that, you were, I believe it requires attunement. You attuned to the Ring of Spell Storing, did you not,
Uh,
Estelle?
yep, attuned.
Okie doke. Then I think you would immediately come to a recognition as there is indeed spells within this ring already.
Oh,
Well, I shouldn't say spells. There is a spell in the ring already.
Come on, Fireball.
alright. Okay, alright. I have that, and I will note it down in my notes.
The morning is yours.
Alright.
Okay. Um, we have a busy day ahead of us, huh?
We do indeed.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Let's see. What should we do first? Should probably
Uh,
give Blacksmith the full 48 hours.
yeah. Let's go to the theater and see if they want us to perform at some point today, just so we can plan our day around that.
Right,
Yeah.
about that. I was wondering if you would like a helper.
Uh, yeah, that sounds fine. What do you plan?
Well, how about a little mobile stage on the big stage? And I tap Box Spot as he's kind of prancing in place.
Yeah, I could definitely ride around on him while juggling. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, Actually, that's really nice.
Just thought
I
that might be a little fun for the audience.
yeah.
Can do a vault over him for a tumbling pass. Yeah, plenty of things I can incorporate into an actor.
I will remove his claws so that he's a little bit more little less destructive on the stage. They can claw up the wood pretty
Yeah,
bad and
I don't
mess
think
up
they would
other
be happy with that.
performances. Nah, they're easily detachable. Sometimes I gotta sharpen them up.
And we also really need to talk to Taya.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you guys met her before? You
Yes.
seem like you know her.
Yeah, we haven't seen each other in a good long while, but she was there when
We first saw
we,
her.
yeah, and actually everyone in our group at the time basically was forced unconscious, and apparently she and her friends found us.
She was also there when we first got the letter from the hag, if I'm remembering
Hmm.
correctly.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Ah, so she just missed out on Gertrude's deal.
Yeah, she was present when it was accepted, but we weren't. She wasn't there when we actually visited her and accepted the
As a
deal
point of
itself.
order, she was not there when you guys got the letter.
Not okay.
Yeah,
Thank you
that
for
was
that.
someone else that was talking to you at that time.
Right. Okay. Sh-
Thank you. Memory's a bit spotty from a couple months back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been a while.
Oh, right. It was the MC in Ember Hollow who was there.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah. It has been a few months. Memory's a little spotty, I guess. But yeah.
Either way, we did promise the guards last night that we would tell Taya what had happened, and we still need to catch up with her and let her know what we dealt with after leaving the theater.
Hmm. So we should probably just let me know if this sounds alright. Go to the uh, theater first, just to make sure everything's okay there and whether or not that would impact the rest of the day. And if it does, that's fine. If it doesn't, we'll have more time. Then go see Taya.
Yeah.
All right, let's go do that then.
Okay, so you guys are going to the theater first. Um, I would say as you guys pack up your little campsite from outside and you begin entrance into the city, there's, despite the rain falling and that creating a nice ambiance, there's a bit of a quiet to the city. There's still people talking and still people walking around. It is still a big city, but it's it's very much, you can extrapolate that word from what occurred at the theater has quickly spread throughout the city, and there is plenty of gossip and rumor going on at the moment.
Uh, are we able to overhear some of what that is as we travel?
I'd say for fun, roll perception checks.
Okay.
All right. Perception.
11.
There we are. Uh, not much better. Or actually, no, worse. 10. Huh.
10.
Yep, that's about right. 5.
The thing is that you guys initially, Leanna and Estelle, you're just hearing kind of like some basic mutterings of, yeah, I heard that there was something wrong that happened. What do you think it was? And just, you know, just very general speculation. There's no mention of the performer, Alayla. There's no mention of any specifics that you can hear. Passeth, you overhear Malmun trying to tell a passerby about his snow globes.
Hey, they're very interesting snow globes.
See, this one has a rocking chair in it.
I wouldn't trade Melvin for anything.
He's great. I love him.
He's slowly going from just kind of normal gravel voice to old man in the woods voice.
He's picking up the topsider dialect.
Yeah. Okay. So, as you guys continue.
There go the mountains.
Oh, yes. By the end of, like, the next 3 sessions, he's just going to straight up be an old prospector. But as you guys continue towards the theater, you notice the increased presence of the guards, the bronze guards, and a very a tense air around them as they are keeping their eye out. Specifically, you can tell that they are noting you all, but they are not, like, letting their stares linger. They are not stopping you. They are not whispering and, like, trying to conjure some sort of idea of what your group is doing. They note you a little bit longer than other people, and then they proceed on. Getting actually closer to the theater, you notice the presence of signs. These signs are very, very amateurishly made. They look hastily scribbled, and you notice that there are a grand total of about 5 signs. And you notice that these signs have what one could only describe as a fan attempt at South Park animation-esque depiction of you guys. Go ahead.
No, I was saying of us, question mark?
Oh, yes, of you 3, and it says wanted on top, and below it says for destroying my theater.
Well, that's a little extreme.
I'm fairly certain we weren't the ones who did that.
Yeah. So, should we still be here? I mean,
I think we should go find Taya.
yeah. If we're sought after, then we are sought after.
Don't think we're actually sought after,
Well,
but
I know, but I mean, like, if they want to look for us and come find us, then they'll look for us and come find us.
yeah.
That might be why the guards are there. Maybe. I don't know. No use speculating. Let's see if we can... Yeah, let's see if we can go find Taya.
You
Let's
got my
step away.
nose all wrong.
I don't think that these are official,
Yeah,
Prob-
but let's step away from the theater and ask the guards where Taya would be.
yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. Easy enough. Again, the guard patrol is increased. You see two of them. Both appear to be dark-skinned males. Stop as you approach them.
Hi. We were looking for Taya. If you could please point us in her direction.
Might I ask who's asking?
Oh, I'm Estelle. We met a while back, and we were um we were in the theater the other day, and with everything that was going on, she had some questions for us, but we uh, didn't quite have the time with everything that was happening. So she said to rest for today after what happened and to come back the next day.
Um, hmm. Roll a quick persuasion check for me, Estelle.
All right, persuasion. There it is. Uh, may I have guidance this or no?
You may.
All right. So that's that's a 4. Wow. All right. So 1d4. That's a 6 total.
There's a moment of hesitation on the guard's face. We were, for the most part, alerted to a party of people matching your description that assisted or were actually partaking in the uh, combating of the threat at the theater. Taya did mention to most of us, but there was another altercation, and at this time the guard kind of looks down at Malman and quirks an eyebrow and then looks back up at you. It appears that you must already be well versed on what happened at that point. Um, if you wouldn't mind, we can escort you over to see her.
That would be
Yeah,
appreciated. Thank you.
that's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Um, the guards begin walking, and I'm assuming you're in centaur mode right now, Passeth?
Yeah.
Uh, one guard just kind of walks past and then kind of looks behind and curiously uses a knuckle to knock on the glass, looking curiously at the creation you've made.
Excuse me.
Jumps back a little bit. Oh, um, okay. And he just starts walking with his friend.
Dude,
So,
that was rude. Didn't even say sorry.
so, as you guys are being escorted, you are actually being escorted back into the general direction of the theater. and you, in the distance, can hear a very upset woman, again from the general area of the theater, who seems to be ranting and raving fairly loudly. And while you can't see, because you're kind of behind other buildings and whatnot, while you cannot see what's going on, you can feel the you can feel the sheer amount of animosity of the surrounding area at this disturbance. Very much like a herd of retail workers having to deal with a Karen.
Oh.
And the voice is familiar. This does appear to sound like the proprietor of the theater. Luckily, you guys are escorted away from that confrontation, and you are brought to the castle, or at least the homestead of royalty proper. Now, while the castle is close to the theater, a little bit more to describe the general area, there is a bridge that goes over a fairly low-lying moat, if you will. It goes about 70 feet deep, with the water sitting at the bottom. You don't know how much farther it extends. The bridge itself is finely carved out of various different kinds of stones, all of a kind of gray slate tint, but it's very obvious that other kinds of fine stone are used in the craftsmanship. Looking at the castle proper, it stands very tall, at least 250 or so feet. But that's a rough estimate. There appears to be 3 different towers that all stretch out over a football field in length. Not in terms of width, but separated out. And there appears to be one core building that connects those towers, roughly about half the size of the actual tower height. The building itself is finely crafted. While the bridge itself looks gray slate, this appears to be more of a tan beige color, a fairly warm and inviting color, while not being too intense. It has many different windows of many different designs. The stained glass is beautiful, and even though it's raining, the little bit of light that is still coming down and breaking through the clouds is reflecting off and creating these small streams of rainbow light that seem to extend in a variety of different patterns and wavelengths. The building itself, again, is guarded very well, as you can see up on top, not connected to the towers, but above the building is the kind of perch point where many different guards are standing. You can see archers, you can see spearmen, you can see ballistas. It is very well accommodated and definitely ready for approach at any moment. The guards themselves at the castle appear different than the guards that are walking along the streets. The guards that are in the streets have more of a kind of half plate situation going on. They have the breastplate covering them and some chainmail that goes over the rest of their body, but they look to be more for mobility as opposed to pure defense, as they have no head covering. But the guards at the castle itself do appear to look very much like Tiā, completely covered. You are unable to tell the race of these individuals, the sex of these individuals. They appear very uniform and indistinguishable between one another, except for a few varying heights. Sorry, my mouth got dry. Whew. Going into the castle, there is a pause as you guys approach, and while the guards are explaining the situation to the castle guards, there is just eyes on Malmun as they are looking very... You can't see their eyes, but just these suits of armor turning their shoulders to look at this little man who is now currently really interested in the gift that Paseth gave him this morning, who is completely enamored with that still. Doesn't pay attention to any of them, but they are clearly paying attention to him.
Good, he doesn't need to pay attention to them.
A few minutes pass, and
I do not like all of this metal that they're all wearing. It is very uncomfortable. It must be so hot in those suits.
I just can't get used to the idea of all that metal.
Reduces mobility, but definitely adds protection.
A couple of minutes pass by as the conversation continues, and the castle guards inevitably signal to each other a motion up top, and it appears the message is received, and the portcullis that is very wide, almost wider than it is tall, starts to open. The iron bars slowly lifting, and a entrance into the castle proper is made. The city guards return to you. There was supposed to be a report made by Tiā. I'm not 100% sure as to where she would be at the moment, but she assured us that you are good people that are worthy of her trust, and in so worthy of our trust. So, against normal protocol, we are allowing you to find her on your own accord. Please do not make us regret this decision.
We will not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And she's somewhere in the castle. Or should be.
Somewhere. We're not exactly sure. She was supposed to be having a Well, actually, that's too much information. Yeah, she should be somewhere in the castle.
Gotcha.
All right, then we'll get to looking then. Is there any particular direction, at least, that we should start looking in, or just start wandering?
Typically, mainly the knights are located in the northeastern wing. A lot of their meetings are held there. There's an armory towards the western wing, so perhaps she could be there refitting herself or refitting some new recruits, but I am not sure exactly where she is at the moment.
Well, that's good enough. We at least have a place to start looking.
Indeed.
Thank you. And, so which of those are we currently closer to so we can start looking at one, then head around to the other?
I mean, you haven't really gotten a good feel for how big
Yeah.
the actual building is, so how far one is to another. You've seen the
Well,
front end of the building,
uh,
but you have not
apologies, I should have,
gauged the depth.
sorry. Okay, probably should have been more specific. I meant like directionally, where are we? So we can go, if we're closer to the west, then we can go west. If we're closer to like the north or east, we can go to the northeast side
You are dead
or
center.
dead center. Okay, thank you. So if it sounds okay to everyone else, then start in the northeast, then head round to the west.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that then.
Okay.
Watch her be northwest.
Doesn't matter
Uh,
how long it takes for us to find her as long as we do.
Mm-hmm.
So, can I get a D100 roll from a member of the party?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay, go for it.
Go
Okay.
for it.
You guys want above a 60.
Nope,
23.
23.
23. So, first off, the portcullis opens up and you guys are left to your own devices. As you enter in initially a courtyard. It is brimming with all kinds of shrubbery and plant life. This looks to almost be like a garden. It has food that appears to be growing, different kinds of fruit that seem to be hanging off of trees. You notice some root vegetables on the ground. The path you're walking on is very much still stone, but around that, it seems to just be fresh soil. And this area seems to be a garden for some particular reason or another. Continuing on, you guys go through a set of heavy double doors made out of iron, and as they swing open, you are greeted with the sight of a fairly spacious, yet, what's the word I'm looking for? Pragmatic room, as there is a narrow hallway in front of you. It is tall, at least 60 feet tall. The ceilings are high. There are chandeliers that seem to be lining it, but along the actual hall itself, there appears to be many different stands and tables, not that of merchants, but that of alchemists and mages. There appears to be a lot going on here. A lot of it appears to be very professional. There are lots of individuals who are talking to each other, seemingly trading papers and notes. You can see mortars and pestles being worked, not at a feverish pace, but definitely at a working pace. The ground itself is a very ornate and expensive looking carpet. And despite all this work going on, it doesn't appear that it is stained or muddied in any way, shape, or form. And you guys are able to continue on down this hallway. The only thing separating these tables from being just one big mass are pillars along the sides, separating and holding up the actual roof of the structure. Going forward, you go up a flight of stairs, and about 40 feet down, you have an option of continuing straight ahead, going left or going right. Now, you wanted to go to the northeast, so you're going right, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As you head right, you open up another large set of double doors, and there is a large dining set in front of you. A table that extends at least 50 feet with chairs lining the entirety of it, silverware and plates already set, although there's no food out here, and the room appears to be empty, quiet. It is luxuriously decorated with different kinds of classical paintings on the walls and tapestry hanging down gently. It is definitely a dining room fit for a king.
I would like to. There's no one in here besides us?
You do not see anyone as you walk in, no.
I'd like to just slightly tilt one of the paintings to make it uneven.
No.
Don't. We are being trusted to be here. We are not touching anything unless we have explicit permission to.
But it's a strong need.
Control your need.
I really want to.
Control your need.
Please don't. Not here. Not now.
Especially not here. Other places I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it, but here, this is the exact wrong place to do something.
Yeah, Leona, didn't you say that we wanted to avoid the castle at all costs?
That we didn't want to be here if we didn't have to be. Well, we have to be, so I'd rather not cause problems.
Okay, how about nothing as big as a painting,
No,
but how
Nothing.
nothing.
Not a painting,
here.
not a tapestry, not a rug, not even a tiniest chip on a wooden table. Please, absolutely nothing.
Not here. I will likely not stop you basically anywhere else. but here, no.
Fine.
Thank you.
Leanna and Estelle, can I get a perception check from you?
All right.
21.
Also 21.
So close. Okay. Whew. Oh boy. Yeah, as you guys continue on, you're walking down this, again, absolutely ornate room, and there appears to be two more doors here. One on the left side of the room and one on the opposite end of the room that you, on the opposite end that you entered. Which door are you going through?
Um, I guess the one that was. I'm sorry, can you describe one more time? There's one opposite where we came in. Where was the other one?
On the left-hand side of the room.
Okay, so left-hand side and opposite where we came in.
Yeah,
Which
so it's
door is
basically you
this?
walked into a large rectangle and you entered in on the smaller side, so the other smaller side.
Okay.
What do the doors look like? How are they decorated?
The doors are a dark, like, almost like a dark green iron brass. Both of them. All the doors since you've came in here are like this.
Okay, they look the same. I
Okay.
was looking to see hopefully which one is more opulent, and then avoid that one.
Ah.
All right, so I guess that door, pointing to the one at the left.
Sure.
Okay. As you guys begin to go to the door, Paseth, you feel a light tap on your shoulder, well, Boxbot's shoulder.
The head swivels around.
You see Malmun, who has a finger to his lips and points to the painting you were at before, and it is back into a crooked position.
Very slow thumbs up. Lowers.
The motherfucker rolled a 22 on his sleight of hand check.
Oh,
We're either going to get in trouble or some poor servant's going to get fired.
So, as you guys continue on through that door, can I get another roll of a D100 from a random party member? You want above a 70.
I'll do it this time.
All right.
55.
55.
Almost
Okay.
in 58, it wouldn't have mattered.
So, going through this room, you find yourself in another fairly spacious area. Although, this one, let me see if I can, hold on. I'm going to make a little roll for myself here. You guys, I'm going to say, if it's above a 40. That's a 73. As you guys walk into this room, there's a distinct sound that you hear. Probably should change the music for this one. Let's see. I just remembered that all of my goddamn music is freaking horror, and I don't want it to be. Let's try
Really good for
this.
building tension.
Oh, it's great for tension, but you hear what sounds like busybodies moving around. Not too unsimilar to what you heard entering the building, but this is a bit weirder as you hear a body moving around, but this one sounds big. And you guys approach forward, and in this fairly spacious room, about 60 by 60 feet, it seems to drop off into a pit that is about 20 feet down. The pit itself is flanked by two doors, similar to the doors elsewhere in the building. And in the middle of a pit, you see a wooden dummy that appears to be torn to shreds. And you see in the pit a very large, a very muscular, and a very angry looking gnoll.
Do we recognize this gnoll?
I was just about to ask that.
Looking at this gnoll, there is, for one, no doubt in your mind that this is not Gorvender, as Gorvender topped off at about 7 feet tall. This one looks about 9.
Oh, okay.
It looks bigger, meaner, and it is having a field day with this wooden dummy.
Don't think I want to get their attention.
Yeah.
Slight shaking coming from inside the barrel.
Let's go back to the other door, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that.
Roll a stealth check, everyone.
Alright.
But I have disadvantage.
And I am the rogue that is bad at stealth.
May I guidance this?
Sure.
Alright. That's a nat 1, I don't think it would help anyway.
Okay.
Oh, that's good, but that's a 9.
So, you know what, just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna roll Malman's stealth. Nope, he rolled a 3. He's not stealthy.
Well, okay, I am the stealthiest of all of us.
Yeah.
My rogue with no proficiency in stealth.
It's gonna be fun.
You guys come to the decision to leave, and as you slowly begin to back out, you hear, for just a brief moment, just a quick sound.
I get my shield ready.
And what was that?
And behind you, the figure lands on 2 feet and fully begins to stand up, looking down at you.
You're tall.
Oh?
Please don't squish me.
Can I help you?
We were looking for Tiā. We were told that we could just go find her, but weren't really given any direction.
and you see the figure scratch his chin with a long finger and a long claw attached to it. Oh, the shiny one.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She is pretty shiny.
Hold on, let me turn down the music a little bit. A little bit loud. Okay. He says, I was talking to her earlier. They might be. And he kind of turns his head. They might be. As DM checks notes.
While you pause and he pauses, Leanne is going to speak up. If there's another language that you would be more comfortable with, please feel free. I'll understand you.
He turns his head to you and says, let's see. Yeah. It's not hard to speak this one tongue. It's just hard to speak at all.
Understood.
She may be with Venice.
Venice. Okay. So, do you know where Venice may be? If they should be with each other?
You see him lift his nose in the air, and there's a few deep sniffs. They smell close. And he points northeast. Perhaps a little ways that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Quickly trot off.
Are you guys going in the direction he's pointing, or are you just exiting the room?
We are going where he indicated.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going back into the fighting pit.
Yes. Well, now that he has noticed us and spoken with us, and he hasn't murdered us, it's still unsettling, but not terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So as you guys head back in that direction, you get closer to the actual pit itself because the door indicated is on the opposite side of where you came in. And you see in the pit there appears to be the wooden dummy that he was chewing on before. And now that you're closer, it was kind of weird. Given the size of this knoll, The dummy appeared to be very small. The dummy, you now notice, is about 5.5, almost 6 foot tall, and just has a bite mark out of the side of it. You also notice that there are just barrels along the side, 3 in fact, and 2 of them are just filled with water, while one of them is just filled with raw meat. There appears to be a pile of various inanimate objects, not just wood. There's metal, there's like hay straw in there, there's a bunch of different kinds of inorganic material that seems to just be piled up in a corner. But nevertheless, you guys continue on to the other room. I need someone to roll a D100, and you want above a 20.
All right.
Your turn.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. 64.
64.
I always seem to get 64. I don't know why.
So, as you guys go through this door and into the next one, you are immediately greeted with dozens of eyes. As you enter a room made of cobblestone and brick, there appears to be a window at the back end, and sitting in front of this window appears to be a large round table with seats all around it. At the head, or what you would presume to be the head of this table, is a woman with short hair, chestnut brown hair. Her eyes are a dark maroon color. Her skin is tannish fair. And she seems to be surrounded by many different individuals of many different backgrounds. You see half-elves. You see 2 orcs in particular. You see many humans of varying distinctions. Male, female, tall, short. Some of them are armored, some of them are in plain clothes. The one that you do recognize is one that's about 3 or 4 seats away from the woman appearing at the head of the table, which is Tiā, who is still in her normal full armor, who, despite the fact her face is hidden, you can tell that they are shocked to see you walk in. And before they're able to say anything, the woman with chestnut brown hair holds up her hand, seemingly silencing the conversation, and says, "Can I help you?"
Do I recognize this woman?
Roll a history check with advantage.
7.
7. This woman does not look familiar now.
Alright, but Lan is still going to be mildly perturbed. We were told that we could come find Tiā because we were supposed to speak with her, and we were directed here.
Simultaneously, all the eyes just turn to Tiā, who's sitting in the seat, and you can see that, like, anime sweat drops just over her. She awkwardly pushes back her seat, stands up, and says, and actually, you know what? At this moment, I think she would. She takes a hold of her helmet and removes it as she looks at the woman at the head of the table. And when she removes the helmet, you see a human female, looks to be about mid-30s. Her face is vastly scarred, with many different ones running along her lip, her eyes, along her cheeks, her forehead. There's quite a number of scars. Her skin is brown, and she has no hair on her head. She is completely bald. Her eyes, though, are a very, very bright emerald green. And she says, I'm sorry about this. I will ask them to leave if necessary, ma'am. And before she can finish, the woman holds up her hand again and says, no, honestly, this was starting to get a bit boring and drab. If you wish, please, come in. I'm honestly interested to hear from people not from around here.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Apologies for the interruption. And thank you for letting us stay.
The woman looks between you both and allows you to continue your conversation.
I was just going to say that Leanna would further enter the room and sit where, if she was indicated to sit anywhere.
There are no seats available. They're all occupied.
Then she shall stand.
Yeah. Estelle will take a deep breath, feeling very intimidated by this scenario, and walk more into the room and stand next to Leanna.
I'll have Box Spot slowly trot in and then go into full box mode. And then just open the hatch up top and just sit on the edge.
There's a few faces of interest as Passeth reveals himself, as initially Boxbot coming in was very confusing, but now they're kind of like, oh, fairy. That's why it doesn't make any sense.
Accurate.
And then, like before, Malmun follows behind you guys, and there is a fucking pin drop silence in the room as Taya coughs into her hand. These are the individuals I told you about. Passeth, Leanna, Estelle, and Malmun, the dwarf I talked to last night. So I assure you there is no threat in this room. The room seems to somewhat calm as she regales this information. But I did tell these individuals that I wish to speak with them further, but given the events of yesterday, I realized that wasn't convenient, so apologies, this is my fault for not specifying a better time or date. that they could convene with me. So if, as her lady has deemed it, entertain my questions at the moment. And the people seem to just kind of chatter amongst themselves for a second, and there's a general sense of affirming her request. Leanna, Estelle, Paseth, I guess you've been with each other at least for a little while now, correct?
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the sake of convenience, I know that you're probably not officially gilded or anything, but do you have a name that would possibly be easier than me referring to your names 3 times in a row?
We
Uh,
never really thought about that, to be perfectly
no.
honest.
We, honestly, we haven't really put thought into a name. We've just been some friends traveling with each other. We haven't really considered ourselves an official group.
That is more than fair. I only wanted to. I don't mean to be presumptuous or sound condescending. I just was looking for possibly a little bit more convenient way as to referring to you. But this is 100% still doable. So, I guess I will start off. So, you have taken it upon yourselves to be traveling with Malmon, the Durgar gentleman here. I believe on your own accord, correct?
That would be correct.
Yes, we met each other on the road. We had met once before, and since we were traveling in the same direction, we thought that we should travel together.
Yeah, as long as he's comfortable with us.
You see, Malman has kind of not wandered off, but is now getting the attention of one of the orc members of the table, and he has one of those little sippy birds that teeter totters back and forth into a drink, and he's showing it off.
He is very enamored by the various knickknacks and curios that we have here on the surface.
He looks over. The shopkeep said this one was cursed, but I just thought it was pretty. Well then, okay. So, I've interviewed Malman myself, and I have determined that he is not any kind of threat or spy. He is just an old man. But I would like, as you have interactions with the Durgar, I would like to possibly ask any further questions, as sightings with them are quite rare, and those that do see them usually do not end up of sound mind or body afterwards. So, questioning further, you've seen Duergar. Have you been host to any Zverneflin?
No.
Uh,
No, I do not believe we have run into any of those.
no.
And how about a member of the... And she literally checks notes. Dianzushi?
No, the first time I've heard the term was earlier this morning from Malman himself.
Paseth, can I get a history check from you?
Oh boy. Oh, come on, that's a natural 2. It's 10.
Okay. The name sounds a little familiar, but anything specific is not coming to mind.
Yeah, no, nothing's coming to mind.
Well, seems that we're at another dead end with that. But, I guess then we'll move on to our next set of questions. It came under our attention that you have been consorting your company with that of a hag, if I'm correct.
Yes, though that one is a bit more complicated than things seem. Shortly after we first met Taya, after everything had happened in Ember Hollow, we, when our group was slightly different, received a letter with no real way to say no, and were invited, once again with no real way to say no, to the abode of the rot hag Gertrude. She tasked us with defeating the Mad Maestro to prevent the seasons from changing. It also turns out that she has some history with my family, in that she has tried to eat my mother in the past.
Progressively, with each reveal, the whispers in the room grow louder and louder, and people are just going... It's like someone explaining that aliens exist. It's just a moment of everyone just going, whoa, okay. The woman again raises her hand, and everyone silences themselves, and she gestures to Taya. Okay, wow, that was... Thank you for being frank. That is very helpful. As you said, this was a rot hag. So, did you notice or suspect or have seen any connections with this rot hag and one known as Sail Kylia?
No, I do not believe that they never spoke of each other when we had met them. When we met, say, Kylia, this was when we had also first met Taya. This was before we met the Rot Hag, so to the best of my knowledge, there is no connection between the two.
Have you, and this is Taya again, have you seen any activity or heard any activity of the orc known as Sail Kylia?
The
Alice.
only the sorry. The the only thing that we know is that when we entered the city, we saw wanted posters. That's unfortunately all we know.
Fine, okay. Another dead end on that one as well. Well, then let's go with the third one. When you entered Ember Hollow, in my investigation, we have ascertained that you not only met but spoke with and were informed by one Maxivire of the Tiefling Persuasion that he had ascertained a certain methodology that would allow the seasons to change, and as a result of that, he was later murdered that night. Have you received any information at all as to the motivations behind the assailant, or perhaps further intentions of the assailant?
We believe that the maestro or whoever's backing them were the ones to do it because they want to be the ones to change the seasons. They want to be the main character and be the driving force in the story.
They're very selfish like that.
You mentioned that the maestro is behind this, and last night your companion and I fought the maestro ourselves, and to my shame, and she takes a deep bow in the direction of the woman, we were unable to apprehend the criminal, although we did wound him, and I cannot expect him to be in any condition to be active, at least for the next few days.
The thing is, we believe there may be more than one maestro, because after we left the theater and we were ambushed by my sister, who has been convinced to work for him for a way to save my younger sister, we chased her back to where the maestro that we fought at the theater's place. I got sidetracked by an illusion, something that he does a lot, while the other two met with him, spoke with him, and defeated him. But the description that Malmun gave of the maestro that you fought is different than the one that we finished. We also believe that the maestro is some form of, or at least the one that we fought is some form of undead.
When I looked closely and I started to notice signs of necromantic energies, and that's what leads us to believe this.
And when you see him again, because I'm fairly certain that some form of maestro is going to come back, go for the mask.
That's what our theory for it is, that the mask is what's controlling these undead hosts.
We tried to remove the mask from the maestro we defeated, but it was seemingly stuck on his face. Whether they were completely fused or if it was simply attached and fastened unnaturally, I am unsure. but it would not come off when we tried to remove it.
And you said he spoke of a greater promise?
Um, it, yes, it was something like that. Hold on one moment as I look
Yes,
through my notes.
the greater promise was not a what, but a who. So it's possible the masks could be like a parasites of a elder god or whatever.
I don't think it's quite that far. I think it's a powerful patron
Right.
promising people with things that they want to do things that he wants done or they want done.
Right. Um, in my notes, it was that he said not what, who when referring to the resplendent promise. That's the exact phrase that he gave.
There appears to be a note taker also in the room closer to the woman at the head who is furiously writing all of this down. And as they are, Taya says, as the maestro has taken it upon himself to not only harm a head arcanist of Mage Hill in Maxivire, but also take it upon himself to enlist the help of someone else who murdered 2 members of the orchestra playing at the theater last night, it is of our greatest concern that their numbers are beginning to grow, and we only wish to protect the citizens from any of the influence that he might inflict upon them. So, if there is anyone else that might be affiliated with the Mad Maestro at all, we would also like to hear those names.
Leon is going to shoot a quick glance towards Estelle.
She will take a breath and say, we know of 3 others. One is unfortunately deceased, so he cannot be questioned. He
There's a way to
was,
question spirit.
unless, yeah. He was an archdruid of my home. His name was Ruck.
There's an immediate, when you say Archdruid, there is an immediate response as people are standing up and just like talking to each other, going, they have Archdruids on their side now? What is going on here? And just immediately talking back and forth as the woman slams her hands on the table and says, it is not your turn to speak. Druid Estelle, please continue.
When she slammed on the table, Estelle herself jumped very slight amount. She will swallow and say thank you. There are 2 others that we know of. One is a tiefling woman named Soleil, and the other a half-elvish man named Luan. She forces herself to calm down and says they're childhood friends, and until finding out that I did have family, the closest thing that I had to it for a very long time.
There is two more actually. I've had a vision that involved the Mad Maestro, involving him manipulating their. That's what the Mad Maestro is doing. He's just manipulating these poor souls. I've seen a vision of him manipulating my sister, a dwarvish woman named Ashal, and he was blackmailing her with a rival of mine, Dranth Copperfoot.
There's another muttering of words as the note taker continues to write all this information down, and there's a nodding of the head of the woman who is sitting, and Taya takes a deep breath in and a deep exhale. Well, that is definitely good information to get. Anything is better than nothing to work off of, and we've been working off of nothing for quite a while now. So, thank you for that. As you said, there was an archdruid that was working with him, and while that is not something that we can that's not someone we can arrest or interrogate, it would be good to know how he fell. Maybe there's a chink in their armor or something that we can use against them.
He was knocked out in the Battle of the Theater, and then when everyone broke free of the Maestro's spell, they panicked and trampled him in their haste to escape.
I tried to help him, but I wasn't good enough.
It's not that you weren't good enough.
Wait, in the theater,
Yes.
Right.
there was another party combating you guys in the theater beyond Alayla and the Mad Maestro.
Yes.
Yeah, he stabbed Estelle right. The scimitar was right through her chest. You can see the other end. It was horrifying.
If you will permit me, I can show the blade. We actually kept it.
If you wish, yes.
Leano will very carefully, very slowly, very deliberately draw the blade and hand it to Taya hilt first.
Taya takes the blade and she gives it a few, movements and a swing or two, and she says, "It has good weight, and it appears to be well made, although there doesn't appear to be any arcane markings or runes on it." And she closes her eyes for a second and opens them, and in a brief moment you do see that her eyes flash a white color. And there doesn't appear to be anything abnormal about it either. It appears to just be a scimitar.
Good to know that at least what he had is hopefully the extent of the resources that they hand out.
As a point of order for Estelle, Estelle, you would know that he's had this sword.
Okay.
This was not something that was like out of the normal. This was definitely something that he carried on his person.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, this is. She would make that note, clarify that.
I also noticed that despite him being an archdruid, that's very high ranking, one of the highest rankings in druid culture. Uh, he didn't transform into any type of beast. He had very, he was very primal in his method of attacking. Once we knocked the scimitar out of his hands, but that was just his fingernails grew longer and his teeth were sharper and it hurt really bad when he scratched me on my chest. Kind of scratch at it as I say that.
That's
But
right. He didn't change.
yeah, he didn't really go any further than just clawing at us. He didn't use any other natural magic or any wild shapes.
the druid didn't use anything. Taya says to herself quietly, when you were regaling me the first time about your fight with the wood elf wizard back in Ember Hollow, you said that I was told that he was initiating combat, but he was trying to use sleep spells with elves present in your party, did he not?
I'm fairly certain, yes. It's been a while, so my memory's a little hazy, but that does sound correct, yes.
And unfortunately, I wasn't with them at the time.
They were doing things that they knew weren't going to work. And Taya seems to be just running her hand along her chin for a moment and lost deep in thought. You said that he was located in the theater last night, but after the fight, after my interview with Malman, I returned to the theater. After my fight, with Malman, I returned to the theater and I saw no body. I saw no body when I entered beyond that of Estelle's, which I recovered. And there was no body when I returned.
He was closer to the entranceway from what I remember.
Describe the man again. What did he look like?
Estelle will describe him as well as she can, considering she just saw him yesterday. General appearance, general appearance, any specific facial markings, hair, eyes, anything, everything that she can.
The elf that you fought at Ember Hollow. After he died, and we took his body and were bringing it up to Bronze Watch, that is when he escaped, and he donned the personage of the Mad Maestro. And then last night, the Archdruid fell. And that night, with Malman, I fought a red-headed Mad Maestro.
finally die, they get the mask. That's where he's getting the dead bodies. Just pinching the bridge of his nose. Oh man, that makes sense.
And that would explain why they all have, if they're different, why they all have a similar personality.
Right.
Estelle is immediately concerned for her friends. There is no reason to be, but that is where her mind is right now.
That would also explain why they weren't fighting to the best of their abilities. If there was a wizard that had 7 people trapped inside of his own dimension, there's no reason why he couldn't be able to handle them himself. And if there's an archdruid that caught 3 people off guard, there's no reason why he wouldn't be able to handle you himself. They wanted you to kill them. It was all a part of the plan.
And we walked right into it.
Oh gods, I hope our sisters are okay. I look at Leanna.
You guys know, and I also knew firsthand how tough Allie is. She's not going to go down easily.
The
I mean, my sister's a bit of a bar brawler, but I don't think she's not that tough.
The woman at the head of the table finally stands. Taya, in response, sits down. Taya sits also kind of hard with the revelation of the situation and the just weight of her armor. And the woman stands and looks at you. You 3 have come a very long way and have learned quite a bit about the situation and have helped us out immensely. For that, I am very grateful. I do find it a bit... I don't want to use the word perturbing because there's no reason to be upset at your actions. The incorporation of yourselves with a hag is, while understandable given the situation of not being able to defend yourselves, no doubt from her, is not very savory, as hags are very well known for their manipulation in, during, and after the contracts they hold with individuals. So that is definitely a noted occurrence with us.
Yes. However, if I may, at this one specifically, I was able to get some very good insight into her, and as I said, she has had dealings with my family in the past in that she tried to eat my mother, and my father took significant exception to that and will fight against her tooth and nail every time to this day. She was doing everything she could to stick to the letter of anything we spoke about, not try and get anything extra, and actually seem to be trying to work with us instead of trick us. She was very upfront about everything.
And
She also seemed, sorry to interrupt, but she also seemed to be against like a patron rivalry with the Mad Maestro patron.
well, that is not necessarily shocking, as entities of their caliber are normally power hungry and wish to collect as much as they can. And while Leanna, I do believe that she came off as very forthright and very convincing. This is a evil from the Fae that is far beyond the generations of even my forefathers. I trust that you make all of your decisions for the betterment of the people around you, and do not take selfish decisions lightly. However, I do not believe that the hag, especially that of rot itself, is going to be a kind hand in all of this. While they might have treated you well, she continues, while they might have treated you well, and while their word might have stuck, there is no doubt something beneath the surface. To believe otherwise would be ignorant of the nature of hags. I believe your fairy friend here can attest to that fact well.
Yeah.
I am well aware that she is specifically out for herself, but it seemed like she was trying to do things differently. I don't know how much that matters, it's just my insight.
And when we last spoke, she seemed, I mentioned something of knowing where I meant, and that would be with my own focus on the stars. That's where I draw my power from. And she seemed concerned. I acknowledge and accept everything that you have said into the nature of hags, but there was very, very much genuine concern that I felt from her. I think, for whatever it means, she may be better than most.
We understand that's not necessarily a high bar to clear, but it is something.
Is that something that you ascertained from your studies back in your grove, Druid?
From everything that I've known of hags and everything that I know of her, she's definitely different. There are similarities, of course, but differences as well. Important ones.
This is quite a bit to try and understand at the moment. I do not make decisions quickly, nor do I make them lightly, and I will not make any decision based off of your characters quickly or lightly, negative or positive. I am, and I will state this with the utmost clarity, thankful for your actions that you have taken thus far concerning the Mad Maestro and his antics. I have also found gratitude in bringing one Malman up to the surface, as while his kind are that of barbaric savages, he has proven that there is some salvation that can be held within this group of people, and that is promising. And we've also learned of our people underneath the surface as well. That is also quite interesting, something that you have provided us. So for that, again, I am thankful. I do find myself with concern, as you three have stated that confidants close to your persons are related to this fiend, and as this fiend apparently has someone that is watching over him. His actions are merely the beginning of something far, far worse. So, I have to ask, what are your intentions going forward concerning the Maestro?
To continue to be a spanner in the works and get those important weapons back and free from his influence.
He's deluded my friends, my family. I'm going to make sure that they're not lied to anymore. I'm going to get them back.
If you blackmail one dwarf, you blackmail the entire clan. I don't take kindly to that.
There is a deep exhale that escapes her lips as she pushes the seat out from under her. The people around the table, eyes widen as she begins to circle. And now you get to see a full scope of her robe, her attire, I should say. As she stands, you see a royal purple cape that drapes off of her shoulders rise with her. A set of armor that is underneath. It looks to be jet black leather, perhaps studded, but looks far more reinforced than that of what you would find in a marketplace. Her boots are flat and they are thick, and they make the sound of someone 3 times her size as she walks, and there's an echo in the room as she moves. To her side, you see a saber, long, about as long as her leg, if not slightly longer. And she walks around the table, and as you guys were closer to the table, she walks behind you. And I believe at this moment you can tell that before you does indeed stand Queen Veneth of Tiān 2. As she looks down at you. Well, no, actually, what's her height? I keep assuming everyone's taller because I keep thinking past that's 6 inches.
She's definitely taller than me.
Yes. Okay, so she's roughly Leanna's height. So she looks you guys pretty much in the eyes. And she says, I will not be coy, and I will not play games in this situation. In Dark Gulch, we have received reports of a maestro sighting, and he was being aided by a dwarf woman with blonde hair. 4 people are dead. In Swamphold, we have received sighting reports of the maestro, aided by 2 individuals. One seemed to be adept in the usage of fire, and we heard reports of something akin to infernal being spoken, while another party insisted that there was something strange, an odd feeling that was permeating from another party assisting the maestro. And I do not need to speak of the 2 dead at the theater last night. My people are dying because of this individual. but they are also dying because of those who are helping him. Make no mistake, I do not discriminate against murderers. I do not care what family they come from, what powers they hold, or what clan they are related to. Anyone that stands against the people of Tiān 2 will be cut down without mercy. Do not get me crossed on that fact. And if you wish to aid and abet these criminals, then I will have no choice but to treat you in the same manner as them. And with that, we will go on our break.
Oh boy.
Oh. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. All right.
We will see you guys soon.
Yep.
So long.
Back
See you
in
in a bit.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. Oh, I forgot to turn on the music. That would probably be a good idea to do too. So yeah, the queen has made her point.
Leanna is pausing and trying to word how she wants to respond.
Estelle will look her straight back into the eye and nod and say, "Understood. We'll do whatever we can."
We're going to stop them. The one major issue outside of the reservations that we would have about killing the people that we are trying to rescue is that it appears that killing the people that are this person's agents just turn them into a version of the Mad Maestro. So I don't know how much that would do.
With all due respect, I would greatly appreciate it if you understand if we just apprehended and brought them into just to be locked away.
And there is also the fact that they may be mentally compromised by some form of magic. The Mad Maestro is one to use illusions after all. Who's to say the honeyed words weren't accompanied by some form of enchantment?
Can you confirm this suspicion?
We were planning on doing something like that anyways. We want to get our families back by hook or crook.
If you are able to bring to me any kind of evidence that would suggest these people are not acting of their own free will, then I will definitely use that to take into account their sentencing, if sentencing at all, as magic can affect anyone in any certain kind of way, so I wouldn't hold it against them to be susceptible to powerful magic.
We will search for that information. We will do everything we can to stop them from doing more harm to the people of this land, and we will do everything we can to bring them in.
Now, the queen is going to roll an insight check. Regardless of if you are persuading or deceiving, roll the corresponding charisma roll, Liana, with advantage, and I will see the result.
All right.
Persuasion with advantage. That's a 14. That's
Oh
unfortunate.
no. Oh no. Is guidance applicable in
No.
this situation? Or I probably shouldn't guidance this.
Yeah.
No.
Probably.
Maybe not cast a spell here.
Yeah, no. That's very, very wise. All right. And where is it? There it is. That's a 19.
You want one from me as well? From all of us?
As you did say something, yes.
That's about right, man. But 6. It is very obvious that Pastef is heartbroken hearing that his sister has killed people.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's see. You are trying to. Okay. There's a moment where the queen looks at both you, Leanna, and you, Paseth, and there's a bit of a softened look as she gathers the mental state that you are currently under and doesn't wish to push it. Although there is a exhausted sigh that comes out of her mouth, knowing that there's a confliction going on here. You, Estelle, she looks at, and then you see her squint her eyes as her head kind of cocks to the side. As there's a look on her face that indicates that she's unable to gauge what you've said. She feels unsure about it. And she shakes her head a little bit. Well, again, I do not hold anything against you personally, but see it from my position. These people are here in this country. They are my people. And anything that will threaten them is a threat against me. I will not accept it, and I will not tolerate it. And if what Leanna said is true, and your kin, or your friends, or your family are somehow being persuaded by a magical cause, then I will not hold that against them. However, as of now, we have seen no such evidence, so I cannot dismiss their actions, and I cannot dismiss what they have done against other innocent people. As I am sure you would seek for justice if this happened to them, there are others who seek justice because it happened to them. And I cannot ignore that.
Leanna will solemnly nod.
Estella will as well.
We totally understand that. It hurts, but we know what we need to do.
Understood. Then, with all that being said, I have also heard rumor of and she kind of gestures in the air, wanted signs that you have been subject to. Rest assured that that is not a legally binding contract, and that anyone that attempts to use that to gain some sort of bounty will be immediately thrown away.
Thank you for letting us know that.
Thank you very much.
Well, if that's all, Taya, and Taya stands up and says, yes, I don't believe I have any more questions. Then I do believe that this meeting, for now, is adjourned. You three, feel free, if you wish, to traverse more of the castle. If you do not, then it was a pleasure meeting you, and hopefully our paths can cross again on more equitable terms.
It was very nice to meet you as well.
Indeed. I didn't expect I'd be in the presence of royalty today.
Didn't either, to be perfectly honest.
Character, did you mean 4? Or is Melvin going to be stuck here?
She was mainly addressing you three because you three were the ones that mentioned having connections, so she's trying to kind of rebuild that bridge.
Okay.
Explore for a bit and then go pick up the rings, do some shopping, and head to our next destination, everyone?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. That's good with me.
I don't feel that much of a wanderlust to explore the castle that much. If you girls, or ladies, sorry, would like to go, then that will be fine.
Yeah, we can split up.
Alright.
Okay, so who's going where?
Leanna and Estelle are going to explore the castle, and I guess Passeth and Malmund are going to get into trouble.
See what kind of trinkets we can buy.
Okay. So, as everyone is about to split, can I get perception checks from everyone?
Alright. Perception.
11. I'm rolling hot today.
15. Oh
my gosh, I broke over 10. It's a 21.
That's a little
Okay.
more than over 10.
The DC wasn't high because it's pretty obvious, but as you guys are walking out, as the door opens and you're about to walk out, you're kind of getting yourselves understood on what you're doing, where you're splitting up. But behind you, you all kind of see out of the corner of your eyes that knoll from before. And it walks into the room. And when you would expect to hear a gasp or shock or something, the room falls silent except for the sound of chairs moving. And then the doors close behind him.
Curious as I am, I'm not going to eavesdrop on the Queen.
Very bad idea.
Just to see Knowles being invited into courts, just general court activity.
I am
Being a
so very
representative.
glad that the rest of the ones that we knew weren't there for this, that would have ended in everything being on fire.
Yeah. That would not have been good.
I don't think I met too many Knowles that were pyromaniacs.
Oh, it's not the knoll that I was worried about.
Ah.
And honestly, a literal fire is just as likely as a metaphorical one.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's get going. Let's go on for a little bit, then just see what we can find here.
Yeah, I always thought I'd be here as a performer, never as a quasi-guest.
Yeah. We should probably think of a name, because I never really thought about it, but apparently we need one now.
I guess if we're going to be referred to as more than just ourselves, that would make some amount of sense.
Yeah, not right now, obviously.
Yeah.
We don't need to think of anything upon decision, but
While we
we should at
travel,
least think of it. Yeah, at least think of it.
Okay. So as Passeth and Malman head out of the building and head into the city, we will stay with Leanna and Estelle as you guys are continuing to explore the castle. Are you just making a lap, or are you looking for something?
Just taking it in, not looking for anything in particular.
Yeah, there's no specifics, but definitely just trying to see what's available to be seen.
Yep, Leanna's not that kind of rogue.
Okay. I could spend the next 45 minutes describing in detail the castle. Is there anything in particular I could maybe point out as to not drag this on like an audiobook?
Anything you think would be pertinent to our characters.
Mm-hmm. And anything that we would find interesting, and I suppose if there's something, Estelle would definitely be interested in if even out this far into a more quote unquote civilized area, if there's as much attention paid to the stars as there is as home.
Okay. So because you guys are taking your own sweet time and you're not rushed in any way, shape, or form, there is, of course, many different individuals all around this castle ground, as they appear to be employees of the castle grounds, building or rooms of very ornate and interesting decor. You come across a smaller performance hall inside of the castle itself. It appears to be closed down at the moment, as a few workers seem to be making various kinds of repairs or cleaning and maintenance. There does appear to be a few different libraries in which the book stacks are matching, at very least, if not exceeding, Bartholomew's collection. There are a few different areas in which you are blocked off from, a few rooms in which there are guards standing guard and they do not permit you entrance. Let's see, God, there's so much. Let's see. Oh, that would be interesting. As you guys are kind of the main hallway, which eventually leads up to a throne room, as there are two thrones that are perched high in the air, about 15 feet, and are almost appear like they're floating, as the stand that they're sitting on, made out of a solid granite, extends thinly but sturdily, so that the chairs do not tip back and forth or side to side, but still look as if they are floating above a pillar. And as you look around in this room, there continues to be people working, mages of all sorts. You see one young human male, his hair seems to be dreaded, and he's working feverishly at this alchemical concoction, and you overhear a woman say, "Now, don't go too crazy with it. We don't want to ruin all of the materials that we have." And he responds with, "I think I know what I'm doing, okay? I'm not new to this." And she just kind of looks at him and says, "Welcome. If you're going to act like a child, I'm going to treat you like a child. You're better than this, or should I send you back home?" And the man just kind of shuts his mouth a little bit, kind of hides his face in this white scarf that he has around his neck. "Estelle, that voice is familiar to you."
Which voice? The man's or the...
The woman's voice.
Okay.
As you see over there a drow woman who looks like this.
Oh, yes, I do. hold on one moment as I try to find my notes. Uh, okay, found
Is
it.
she the one you met in Ember Hollow? Or is this a
Uh,
backstory thing?
this is a backstory thing. I had to look up notes to find her name.
Yeah, motherfucker, I'm making you go all the way back.
Surprise,
um,
motherfucker.
Estelle's going to like do a double take and look over towards her and say, Easton?
And as you say that, this woman starts to turn towards you, and for the audience, you see a drow woman with uh, more of a brownish gray tint to her skin, white hair, uh, golden jewelry in her ear, many different earrings. She appears to be wearing some sort of purple dress that cuts off at the knees. A scar runs across her right eye, up through her eyebrow and down to about the getting close to the nose, but not quite there, an inch or two away. Her eye itself, that is bearing the scar, is a ominous color of red, while her other eye is more of a bluish green, dark blue green color. The other thing that you notice very prominently and very quickly is that her arm, that would be her right arm, is not an arm at all. It is a riveted on piece of metal that is in a weird kind of mad science concoction facsimile of an arm, as it does indeed have a joint where an elbow would be, a forearm, and what could be considered a hand, although it's more ball shaped with digits extending out, somewhat more ineffective than a normal hand would be, but still a genius work if one were not aware of Passeth or Geneva. And she turns to you, Estelle, and says, My, it's been a while. Hello. How have you been?
I've uh, I've been mixed, mostly good. Um, oh, right. Um,
Hello.
uh, yeah. Hi, Easton. This is my niece, Liana. And Liana, this is Easton. She helped me to do some research on the stars when, they first, you know,
Yeah.
disappeared.
Fantastic to meet you.
It is wonderful to meet you as well. Odd, when I met Estelle, she mentioned that she didn't have any blood kin, but
We found out
Yeah.
that we were related at the same time because of my when Estelle met my mother. Turns out that the Starborn, or how are those referred to, Estelle?
Uh, ASMR, if I
The
remember right.
ASMR. Uh, my mom is Estelle's sister. She is also apparently a ASMR from Shiroknatal.
Mhm.
ah, okay, that's
Uh,
interesting.
yeah, I was pretty shocked too when I first found out.
Well, I must say, first and foremost, congratulations. I bet it's exciting to run into uh, kin along your journey. But more importantly, um, has there been any new breakthrough on your quest?
Yes and no. Some of them have come back. I'm not 100% sure why. It could be related to things that have happened on our journey. It may be entirely unrelated and maybe some other cause. I'm not 100% certain.
Huh.
But the Eye of the Matron, uh, the Knee of the Traveler, and the Smile of the Joyous have all come back.
Now that is quite peculiar. Why would stars just happen to come back like that? And she starts musing to herself as the man she was talking to seems to pipe up. Um, I feel like I'm a little bit lost on the current events. Apologies. It's nice to meet you. My name's Relkem.
Oh, hi.
Nice to
Yes,
meet you.
sorry. It's nice to meet you, Robin.
Um, so you are familiar with my teacher here. Are you a former associate of hers?
I asked for her uh, knowledge and advice on something a little while ago. Well, I say a little while. It was actually, how long was it exactly? A
That
year or so?
would have been her specifically. She was the first of your friends that you encountered, so this would be like pushing about 2 years.
Oh, so yeah, it was a while ago, like more or less 2 years. That sounds right.
Huh. Feels feels almost like last week.
Yeah.
Um, but if you aren't having any success in what you're doing, have you stopped by Mage Hill?
Uh, no, I haven't.
Um, I
Is
mean,
is
that is where I came across Welcome here. He's a let's say an upstart who is very proficient in the studies that he has chosen, and I have been tasked with helping him grow. We came here as a way to demonstrate to the local nobility and royalty that he is keeping up his family's good name. And he just kind of looks not embarrassed, but just kind of annoyed at her.
Well,
uh
Rachel is definitely on the list of destinations that we need to go to.
yeah, there's a few places around the map.
Well, if you. We weren't going to be staying here too much terribly longer. We were probably going to be heading back in the next week or so and continue his studies. I was actually, a little bit after you left, offered a teaching job there, so I am now going to be a most of the time teacher, and it's interesting. Um, you know, the whole being on the surface and whatnot is still new, and I feel like this is. She looks over at Relcom and then back to you, Estelle. and leans over and begins to whisper, honestly, it's still really weird with the whole, men having a say in things, but it's just. I'm slowly transitioning into, I believe, a more worldly mindset.
Uh, Estelle smiles and uh, says, uh, "Well, first off, congratulations. I didn't. Well, obviously, I had left by then, so of course I wouldn't hear. But it's great to hear it now." And she also says, a little bit quieter, uh, "With some of the people I met on my journey, if we had our say, we'd still get a say." Very comically. It's meant to be very sarcastic.
She chuckles heartily at that, and as you two are sharing this, Relcom walks over to you, Leanna, and says, "So how did you get dragged into all this?"
Estelle's my aunt.
Huh. Well, um, I don't feel like the word congratulations is in order here, so I'm a little bit lost as to uh, good for you?
I'm very happy to have found her.
Well, that is good, then. Are you a practitioner of arcane?
Uh, I have some skills, but no, my youngest sister is the arcane practitioner of the family. I'm I'm a performer.
Hmm. You say that you don't practice, but you have some skills. What do you mean by that?
She is going to cast Mage Hand.
Uh, does Mage Hand have any? Is this like Swarmkeeper Mage Hand? Does it have any like specific aesthetic, or is it just a general Mage Hand?
Just a general Mage Hand.
Okay. Oh, so you are a caster.
I can do that. I can do Magic Stone, and I can cast Unseen Servant. But other than that, I have no true arcane ability.
You just named 3 different spells that comes across as having a very distinct arcane ability.
I never really studied. I just happened to know them after traveling for some time. I'm not sure why.
Hmm. If it doesn't come from study, perhaps it is an innate magical line within you. Do you have any other family members that are magical or have magic in their blood?
Well, my mom is a ASMR and she crafts magical things, and my youngest sister is a wizard.
Give me a second. He's gonna roll to see if he knows what an ASMR is. Oh, okay. Okay. I see what you. Ralcom kinda just adjusts himself and says, an ASMR. Now that is a very unique trait. Um, where does your family hail from?
Uh, Leanna's going to look to Estelle.
Uh, uh, she'll just nod. Doesn't know quite what else to say or do.
My mom is from where Estelle is from, Sharuk Natal.
Ah, you're from one of those druid groves.
Uh, Mom is. I'm from. Uh, I am completely blanking on the damn name, and I know this place. This is me blanking, not Leanna.
New Pass.
New Pass, yes, thank you. I'm from New Pass.
Oh. Well, given the close proximity, that makes sense. Well, that is... You are quite the interesting individual. Yeah, how about this? Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Relcom Hildane, and my family are the founders of Mage Hill. And I would like to offer you an invite the next time that you are around Mage Hill or in it. Please feel free to stop by, visit, and if you wish, I wouldn't be opposed to allowing you to come into our school and take any courses you wish.
That sounds incredible.
I cannot describe enough how excited I would be in order to see you expand on some of those skills that you have. I have a feeling that there's a great deal hidden that I think you would be able to make great use of. And he gives you a wink.
Leanna smiles and, for someone so socially adept, completely misses the signal.
So, this conversation essentially continues on in that similar vein, and eventually their concoctions do call them again. So the two do bid you a farewell. And as your journeys continue throughout the castle, there's nothing really more to note specifically pertaining to you. I will allow both of you one more perception check.
Alright.
Alrighty then.
Oh, please be a good one.
14.
20.
20. Yep, as you guys continue on, nothing seems to be more of note or interest as the day begins to get to about more of a early/mid afternoon. Speaking of which, Passeth,
Yo.
you and Malmun have left the castle and are now walking in the street. Where are you going?
First I'll see if the rings are ready to be picked up.
Okay. You head over to the Sunrise Forge, and it's still a little bit early in the morning at this point, but the kid is still, hawking outside. Now, best forge in town, find your hidden sword here, whatever. And as he sees you guys, he notices you and kind of catches up, saying, I think Mom has it done. If you want to head on inside, she'll bag it up for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
And he runs up the small flight of stairs that lead up to the door, and he opens up the door for you guys.
Oh, what a polite young man.
He gives
I'll give him a gold piece.
he initially gave a deep bow. He takes the gold piece, gives an even deeper bow, and just has his head on the ground at that point.
careful not to get a headache.
It's okay, I've done it before.
And
As you,
I assume I see the very tall, buff elf lady.
yeah, she is to the left of the staircase that is directly in front of you, and she is in the part of her shop that's more for the finishing and fine tuning of the metals that she works, and she notices you and says, "Oh, it's good to see you." I completely forgot the voice I used for a second. It's good to see you. I have all of your stuff ready. Let's see, 2 platinum rings. And she carefully takes the sides of them and puts them both in a very clean white pouch as she ties the top of them and says, "Here you go, and the rest of my payment."
It was supposed to be 3.
Did I say 2?
Yes.
Yeah, you said 2.
Yeah.
Whoopsie. 3. Whoops. Yeah, she's not short-handing you. She has 3.
Okay. And the rest of your payment, did we not pay in full?
I believe it was half, wasn't it?
No,
I
I paid.
believe we did do half and half. Uh, if I remember correctly, it was, how much was it? It was 55 gold per ring, right?
Yeah, and we each paid for our own.
Yeah. So 55 times.
Out of all the initial platinum that we got.
Yeah. So yeah, we had enough to pay up front with the initial platinum we had.
Which
Uh,
I know I did.
yeah. So yeah, we definitely do have enough for it because it's 165 gold total. And with the platinum we had last time and from the payment we got in the previous session, we do definitely have enough for it. I just cannot remember
I must have
the
misremembered
exact.
and thought you guys paid half. Never mind. Reverse that. Completely
Okay.
fuck this up. She gives you 3 rings that you already paid for, and says, "Now these are finely crafted, so please make good not to lose them."
Oh, I'll definitely not lose mine. Gonna have to do a little adjusting. But I'm sure the ladies would love theirs.
Just for shits and giggles. Yeah, no,
Again?
she still thinks you're polyamorous. Okay.
I thought she figured it out that we weren't last time.
Okay, I have completely forgotten the entire interaction that you guys have had with this woman.
That is perfectly fine, but yeah, it was figured out last time.
Oh, that's right. Yep, she did. She rolled high enough. God damn it, I was thinking of something Malman did. Okay.
These things happen. No worries.
You pick up the
You are
damn
fine.
rings with no fucking hassle, and you walk your ass out of the store.
Okay. And then I would like to see if there's any kind of curio shops that might have magic items.
Okay. Roll investigation.
Well, I believe so. Oh, yep, that's under 10. That's a 13.
Okay. As you kind of walk with Malman, uh, you guys get kind of lost in a conversation for a while as he, starts regaling you a little bit about the Underdark and some of the things that they do there and why he left. He, notably, he is talking to you specifically in Dwarvish the entire time. And he, kind of he stops for a moment, hopefully stopping you, kind of in, not in like a super busy spot, but kind of in a more secluded alleyway.
Yeah.
So, your sister's in a pretty tough spot, ain't she?
Seems like it.
Um, I know you guys have all your stuff that you're wanting to do and finding all the stuff that you want to find. But I mean, I do have a lot of time on my hands now that, you know, I, I can do stuff again. Um, so, what I'm trying to say is, if you want, I can take a look, and while your guys are looking for Layla, Luan, and Soleil, I can look for a shawl if you want.
Uh, that'd be mighty kind of you. Um, Here, if you ever do find her, uh, give her this, and I will hand him an eye agate, a green gemstone that goes down into circles deeper into the gem. This is something she gave me.
I'll make sure she has I'll make sure she has this in her hands as soon as possible.
Uh, it means a lot to me.
Anything for a friend. Um,
And I do the predator handshake to soldier, like, you son
Son
of
of a
a bitch.
son of a bitch, I'm in.
Just with him, firm handshake with the wooden construct and him.
and he returns it and he says, just let Leanna and Estelle know where I went. I don't want them to get too worried, and uh, it was kind of a saying I picked up in New Pass. I guess I can finally use it now. Uh, Tell them that it's not goodbye, just until we meet again.
I'll hold you to it.
Hey, I hold you guys to it too. And with that, Malman bids you a farewell.
Oh,
Your ad hoc characters are so good.
I love Malman. I love Malman.
the biggest dwarf.
Chonk Dwarf. But as for your investigation for a magic shop, specifically a magic shop, you're not finding anything in particular.
Dang.
And I just realized something Leanna would have probably brought up to Estelle and the drow woman whose name is escaping me. The underground humans.
We'll get to that in just 1 second.
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to do, Paseth?
Guess just. Is there a lumber yard or?
Yeah, I would say, given your keen connection with wood and the fact you've been traversing all day and your passive investigation would be good enough, yeah, I would say that you are able to find essentially a lumber mill.
I'm going to be needing a lot of wood.
Okay. Maybe to keep this going, what are you looking for?
Probably a couple of poles for me to test out trying to make a magic item instead. Just to test out different ways of making it. The 10-foot long poles.
Okay.
Plenty of just regular 2x4s. Maybe a good sturdy extra barrel to get the curved pieces to possibly try to upgrade my barrel.
Okay. How high of quality of wood are you going? Are you going low?
Best they have.
Best?
The
Okay.
best they have.
So for, let's say, you want one 10-foot pole, right?
A couple to try. I'm trying to make a collapsing pole
Okay.
or a pole of collapsing. It's just a very common magic item, but I want to try making one of those.
So
And
two 10-foot poles. How many 2x4s?
let's say 5.
5 2x4s. And
A full-on extra barrel.
an extra barrel. Okie doke. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Sad spell. I'll turn that to honey. Yeah, just wood. Yeah, probably. So I would say grand total with how much you got going on here and the fact that you want the best, I would say that this would cost about, for that equipment, I would say that would cost about, let's go with 6 gold pieces.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Anything else you would like to do, Paseth?
Just start working on it. On the pole of collapsing in particular.
Okay. Make an intelligence check using your +1 wrench, and I will get back to you in a moment. So, going back, we are back in that conversation with Relchem and Easton. And Leanna, you wanted to say something to Easton?
Yes, I don't remember the name of the humans in the Underdark area, though, so that's helpful.
Their name was, I will just copy and paste it.
Thank you.
And
Do you happen to know anything about the Danzushi?
She looks over to you and says, yes, I know a little bit about the Dianzushi.
The Queen was asking us about them because our Dwaragar companion told us about them.
Ah, you have a Duergar companion. That's interesting. She looks at you, Estelle. You have made quite the assortment of friends since I last met you.
Oh, it's better to make friends than enemies, and he seemed friendly compared to the others.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, the Dianzushi is more closely related to the Duergar, given their, fierce rivalry over the centuries. What did you want to know?
Anything you could tell, because, as I said, the Queen was interested in them.
I mean, they are... They are essentially, they're humans. They've lived underground for centuries at least. I believe there was an event on the surface here that forced them underground, and they've been there ever since. Specifically, living with the Sveneftlin as kind of a codependent relationship, if you will. The deep gnomes kind of depended on them to defend against the Duergar, because the Duergar regularly go on slave raids and take deep gnomes. But the Dianzushi put a fairly good stop to that, and the deep gnomes provided the Dianzushi with a home and a place to adapt, living now underground instead of being on the surface.
Thank you for that information. We will pass it along.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And honestly, I'm glad you thought to ask that. I definitely wouldn't have.
She mentioned underground, so
Yeah, that is fair.
So, are you guys going to be returning to that meeting room?
likely going to ask a member of the staff or something, if they know where Taya is, so we can tell her instead of interrupting the queen again.
Yes.
So yeah, you pick out a random. Because there's a lot of people in plain clothes, because there's a lot of people doing the studying and whatnot here.
Yep.
So you pick out one of the guards and asking where Taya is, and there's a not suspicion of you. There's just a kind of mulling over a response, and basically, I'm not exactly sure the specific position of officers. Last I was aware of, she was in the northeast wing.
Yes, she was meeting with the queen, and we were hoping that if she had left, you would know, so we wouldn't interrupt again.
I'm. I mean, I'm kind of stationed over in the west part. I'm just making my lap over here and then heading back.
All right. Leanna snaps her fingers for a second, just like trying to think, not trying to get him to do anything, but just like snapping to think. Do you have any parchment that we could use so we could write a message to Taya? Because, as I said, I really don't want to interrupt again. The fact that we got away with it once.
The guard pats his suit of armor. No.
Leanna turns to Estelle or Relcom or the drow whose name I have also forgotten.
Easton.
Easton, and repeats her request for parchment and quill.
Welcome would be more than happy to provide that.
Thank you.
So, what are you intending to do with this letter?
Write to Taya, let her know that we learned of some more of the Dianzushi and put the information that we learned in the letter so we are not interrupting any meetings with the queen.
Okay. Simple enough to write the letter, simple enough to just kind of fold it. Where are you bringing it? Are you just giving it to a guard?
Probably, yes, going to ask the guard to make sure that it gets to Taya. Not the best plan, but it is a plan.
Yeah.
The guard just kind of takes the letter and just goes, okay, yeah, I'll make sure she gets it.
Thank you very much. I know it's not your usual duties, but as I said, I really don't want to interrupt the queen again.
He just kind of walks off.
Oh, that was interesting. I
Awkward.
think that's
The word is
all.
awkward.
Yeah. You're not here. Shush. I mean that kindly. I mean that kindly and jokingly. Uh, so, I, if that's all, honestly, that's more than I was expecting to get. So I think it'd be good to head on back now.
Yes, we should probably head on back. Uh, hopefully the boys haven't gotten into trouble. Hopefully they got whatever they were looking for. And we still need to get some better armor if they have something that would work for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously partial to this, but upgrade wouldn't hurt. In fact, it would help me from getting hurt.
Yes, I'd like to avoid getting hurt as much as possible.
Yeah. Honestly, I was more scared in those two rooms than I was fighting,
The Maestro,
uh,
yeah.
not even honestly, the Maestro, yeah, but, uh, even Puddlefoot.
I was more angry at Puddlefoot than anything else.
Yeah, I was too.
And also too bewildered to be scared at the fact that I wasn't drowning.
Yeah, you did mention that. That is interesting. I mean, I would suggest seeing if that's a common thing now, but
I don't
still
want to go
avoiding
into the
water.
water.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was gonna say I would suggest it, but so yeah, let's I think that's all. So let's head out, try to find them, and if not get better armor, then see if Paseth can help us with the ones we do have.
Yes,
Okay.
Or who knows, maybe we could do both.
So,
both would be nice.
you guys head out of the castle, and it does not take you long to find Paseth in his box spot that is very loud and noisy and obvious.
Just kind of sitting by a fountain, working on a pole that's probably snapped in half by now. I rolled a 9.
Yeah, you you are on a principal level talented enough to not, unless it's a nat 1, to not break the materials that you're using. It's just that at this moment you're not making much progress in what you're actually doing. You're still on step point 5.
Hmm. Well, it's better than negative point 5.
And as we approach, Estelle will say, "Hey, Passeth," and look around and say, "Where's Malman?"
Uh, he decided to go his separate ways as I am slowly putting my project on pause. He decided that he could help us by since we need to go find Elena and your two friends, just everybody else. He decided to look into my sister,
Oh,
see what's going on over there.
Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was very kind of him.
Yeah. Wished him well, and he's already headed off. Too bad he couldn't say goodbye to you two.
As long as he's safe.
Yeah,
Or,
as long as
sorry,
he.
not goodbye, but see you later. Until next time.
Lyanna smiles upon hearing that.
Well, he better hold on to that.
That's what I said. Better make good on that. But also, I have these, and I reach into the barrel pod chest of holding, bring out the little white bag, and pull out 2 rings with my gloved hands. For you two, my ladies. With a little exaggerated bow.
Please, please don't. I mean, thank you, but still, please don't go that far. And she just starts to laugh a little bit at the situation.
Now, speaking of them, I need to adjust mine. I don't want to be touching the metal. It's not good for my complexion. And I'll start putting a small covering of wood and wrapping it around with a little bit of leather so that you can still see the platinum on the outside, but it's fully covered from me around my waist.
Okay, I like that. I dig that.
Yeah, yeah.
And Lyanna will accept her ring and put it on the ring finger of her opposite hand that she has the ring of freedom of ring of free action on.
Nah,
Yeah.
yeah, for the magic,
Oh,
the
or whenever
for
it's ready. That's what she'll
for
do.
this for this to work, it needs to be on the left ring finger
Yep.
because it's very, very specific. No, I'm just kidding. It can be on any finger.
Well, it was actually going to be on the left ring finger anyway because she has the ring of freedom of movement on, or ring of free action on her right ring finger.
Mhm. Yeah, and just for the sake of difference, Estelle is putting it on her uh, middle finger, whereas the ring of spell storing would be on the just, differentiation and asymmetry on her pointer finger of her left hand.
Oh, hell yeah, on the fuck you finger. Gotcha.
This is both in and out of character laughing. That is not what I meant by that at all, but okay.
But no, with these, I am able to. Blah, blah, blah. I will have to come into contact with you guys to be able to activate it, but it should be a nice little magic ward that comes out of them. And any damage that you guys take, I will take half. So please don't get too hurt.
I don't plan on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Never plan on
that's
getting hurt.
yeah, exactly.
But with this, I will be able to share your pain, so you're not taking the full brunt.
A burden shared is a burden lessened.
It also gives you a little bit of extra protection, just in general as well. Plus one AC and saving throws. But for it to stay working, you gotta stay within 60 feet of me after I activate it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
60.
I'm
Yeah, that's a pretty good
usually
range.
yeah,
It
I try
is, yeah, that's definitely good range, so
and
don't have to
60's
worry
about
too much with
my
it.
max range for throwing things anyway.
Yeah.
And speaking of protection, we should probably see if we can find some better armor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say give me your armor right now, but that'd be a little inappropriate.
Well, I do wear it under my performance robe. I don't just wear armor, but I also want to see if we can get something better for you to work with.
Oh, I just got a whole bunch of really nice material.
Want to wear
Uh,
wood armor?
Uh, I don't think wood would be
no, no,
very.
just little wooden studs instead of the metal studs that usually goes into studded leather.
Hmm.
Figured that'd be nice instead of especially for the druidic type, since I know for a fact that, well, with my brother, he also doesn't like metal, despite also the fact that he's a fairy. It's against a druidic code.
As long as I can move as I usually can in the armor, I'm perfectly happy.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, and it's greatly appreciated. Yeah. I mean, it's not like I won't use or interact with metal. It's just prefer not to. It's less of a restriction for me and more aversion.
That's fair. I also know that I mean, I know that you, Estelle, can wear a little bit heavier of armor, but Leanna, you want to be as light on your feet as possible, so
Yes, I need to be incredibly mobile.
no, no chainmail for you.
No,
That's that'd be way too noisy.
it's not the noise that I care about, it's the lack of mobility.
Noisy and mobile wise it weighs heavier on you than other materials.
Yeah, I just want it to be light so I can move.
Also, I'm not going to be asking you to take your armor off in the middle of a street.
I
Let's
wouldn't even
go to an
enter
inn or something.
I wouldn't even entertain the thought if you suggested it. Not that kind of performer.
It's
So
still
maybe
just massive
inside.
face palm. Massive face palm. Double hand face palm, in fact.
Maybe if I'm inside more comfortable, I can get this stupid thing, kick the pole off of Boxbot. Toast to start making sense.
Yeah, let's see if we can find uh some good armor and then find a place to rest for the night, and while we're there, figure out what we want to do next. Because we have a bunch of places we can go.
Well, we did just get an invitation to Mage Hill, and we could probably get more information about everything there. And the warning from Gertrude about the rust yards and you still weighs heavily on my mind. So, I'd rather, when we go there, because we're still going to go there at some point, I would like to go there when we're more prepared.
Mm-hmm. I'll, yeah, I have my own thoughts, but yeah, we can talk later. Let's just see if we can find some good armor for now, and then find a place. Then we can. I just dropped my water bottle. Sorry if you could hear that.
No worries.
So, you guys are wanting to look for different armor as opposed to the one, whatever you're wearing currently.
Yes, higher quality, non-magical armor that Passeth can upgrade.
Yes.
Okay. Passeth, because I'm assuming you both just have basic leather armor right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, standard leather.
Okie dokie. And just 1 second, real quick. He had courageous. Because at the moment, Passeth does have the proficiency to essentially make studs for the leather out of wood given enough time. So you could, and all studded leather armor is just the studs added to the leather. So do you want to buy a whole new suit of armor and then have him added to it? Or do you want to just use what you have now and let him work at what he can work at and see if that can be added to what you have currently?
I would say that we were, if he could add the studs and turn it to leather armor, and then with his tools, would that enhance it? Or would it be both? Would it be one, the other?
It maybe depends on how well he does it.
Actually,
Then
I could have done this with my with the pole, but I also have enhanced abilities to give me advantage on intelligence checks.
and I
Cost.
also, yeah, I also have enhanceability, so
And we
I
also
Really
was,
both
should have
have and we also both have guidance.
so yeah, uh, I'd say letting Passeth have a go at it would definitely save money.
Yeah.
It would take time, but it would definitely save money, and every adventure needs a whole lot of money sometime.
Okay. Okie doke.
I just bought my materials.
Yeah.
Then, since that's figured out, do you want to find a place to stay inside the walls, or are you camping outside again?
Let's stay inside the walls this time, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Okie dokie. So, you can find a place of moderate comfort in the Telltale Tapper where you looked before, if you wish to stay there, or you can attempt to find a little bit more expensive, but at the same time with higher quality stuff place
Nah,
if you wish.
we don't need anything more upscale.
No, staying with the modest is fine.
Okay. Uh, so, are you getting one room? Are you getting rooms for all of you?
One room is probably fine, especially if passive doesn't take up too much space, and if it's a if it's a one room with two beds, that would be perfect if those exist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I pretty much have my own room with box spot.
Fair enough. Yeah, I would say one room with two, like, twinish size beds would uh, be doable. I'll say that's 3 silver pieces.
All right, I can cover that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, as evening falls, you guys are in a modestly decorated room. It doesn't have rats in it. The walls aren't leaking. It's very standard. No, it's very similar to like a Skyrim room that you would find in a tavern. Uh, but it's definitely doable.
All right. Well, I suppose that now that we're here, we should probably all see if we can get the armor situation sorted
Yeah,
first and foremost.
I will rummage through my stuff and I'll grab a little needle, or a regular needle to me, a wooden toothpick-esque needle with some fox fur tied to the end. So it looks like a little feather pen with fox fur. And I'll start writing down some blueprint design for the studs. Just some simple little uh, studs that are decently sized to protect vital areas, essentially making the studded armor blueprints, and I will cast Enhance ability, Fox is Coming, on myself.
Okie doke.
Mm-hmm.
So, because right now you're just making the studs.
Right.
So this would be a woodcarver's tools check with your +1 wrench.
and can I give him guidance?
Sure.
Advantage. Oh, that's already uh,
Pretty good. Pretty good.
23.
Plus a d4.
Okay, so 23 plus 4. Two.
Okay.
So that'd be 25.
25.
Nice.
Very nice. Um, this is gonna take a little while. You're working very quickly at it, but it's still a matter of getting it right. Even no matter
Yeah.
what kind of expert you are, you need to still get it right. So I'd say this would take at least a couple of hours, probably 2.5, more closer to 3 hours.
I'll add the extra time just to be able to add a little flourish to each of them. For Leanna's, there's going to be a card in each stud, and Estelle's is going to be a little star.
Okay. So as he's working on this, what are you guys doing?
Just resting.
Yeah, just taking the time to rest, and uh, Estelle definitely looks thoughtful, slightly. I don't think perturbed is the right word, but definitely has a look on her face. Hey, Leon?
Yeah, I had some. My computer's been freaking out a little bit, so I missed everything
Oh,
after Estelle looking thoughtful.
oh, she has a look on her face, looking thoughtful, and uh, I
That's
was
pretty much it.
perturbed. Yeah, perturbed isn't the right word, but definitely looks thoughtful and has a look and asks, basically just said, "Hey, Leona,
Yeah.
so earlier at the castle, I lied
What specifically did you lie about?
at the end when she walked towards us. I everyone she she kind of gives a very empty, humorless, singular laugh as and she says, they are doing all this because they thought that they didn't belong, that because I had left, that they had nowhere to be, or at least that's the best I can gather from what I've been told. But now they tried to kill us and Laurel, so
And
Nat's
apparently
gonna,
succeeded in killing others.
yeah, so now they're not only would Nat kill them on sight, but also pretty much if they're caught will be killed.
That is why I believe that this isn't just a hope. I believe that there is some magic compelling them on top of their feelings that are being manipulated to do these things. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if we didn't do everything we could to take them down non lethally and break whatever spell is upon them.
I hope and pray that you're right.
I I can't believe that Alayla would do these things of her own free will, no matter what she says, no matter what I was able to glean from her in our fights. That's just not who she is. And I also do believe that as long as they are following this greater promise or whatever it is, that if they die in this thing's service, they'll be brought back as a or the Mad Maestro.
Yeah,
So that doesn't help anybody.
I just, there is a very bitter irony in that for Soleil and Nolan, at least, they are doing this because they were quote unquote given a place to belong. But now that they've done it, they don't anymore. The one place that they could have belonged, now that Show's changed his mind, is just as, worse to them now as I ever would have.
And they did the same thing with Layla. She's doing this to save Janessa, but she's alienating the people who would help her because she believed that nobody paid attention to her and nobody helped her in the past, and she's the only one who can do it. It's taking the feelings to the extreme, which is why I think that they are being manipulated in some way, shape, or form by magic.
Right.
Taking feelings that exist, justified or unjustified, but to a degree justified, and just making them worse.
Right. Less direct control and more
Subtle
giving a
manipulation.
push.
Make it seem like it's their idea.
Pushing and pulling just the right ways to make them dance exactly as they want. I, I'm usually brighter than this. Well, brighter in a metaphorical sense. I just, I don't know. I guess after that, I'm just kind of melancholy. I don't know.
We'll figure things out.
Yeah. And, sorry, you go on?
I was going to say, and speaking of figuring things out, Leanna, I'm just going to roll with that. Leanna had the sending stone in her pocket. She's going to pull it out. I wonder who has the other one of these.
Well, we'll find out when whoever has it calls.
I guess so.
And,
Quasi out of character. There's a way to check messages on this thing.
No, but there's a way to make calls. It's not a one way.
I know it's not a one way, but I don't think Leanna would use it to call just yet.
Fair,
not yet.
fair enough.
And,
Can we hurry up and invent texting so I don't have to call somebody?
I'm working on it. I need a magic pen.
that's fun. Uh, one other thing, also speaking of figuring things out, uh, she's going to hold up the Ring of Spell Storing. I know what's in this now. It's just one spell.
What spell is it? What's it do? If you are able to know that.
Do you remember the other idea that Laurel had?
Great. Kind of, I think. I don't fully remember. Oh.
Well,
Oh. Reincarnation.
yeah. So, worst case scenario, I
We
can.
have. I'm really glad we have that as a fallback option, but I really don't want to have to use it.
I know. And I'm hoping that it doesn't need to either. But
But we
I
have a
just,
safety net.
yeah. we have our safety net, and who knows if it might get used up before then too. I don't know.
I also hope not, but once again, safety net.
Safety net. I just thought it'd be good to let you know.
Thank you for that.
I don't really know what I'd like to be if I were reincarnated as something else.
Well, you would need to rework Boxbot to be quite a bit bigger.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, as much as it sucks being this size, kind of like it. It feels a little special when compared to everybody here instead of the Feywild.
Goliath
Feel a
Yeah.
little
Paseth. Goliath.
Oh, that would be so fun, going from 6 inches to 8 feet or more. Oh, that's great.
Still need my armor.
No, Boxbot
Robot
would.
is just a gauntlet.
Yeah.
Just powerbomb people all day.
But yeah, and well, while I'm thinking about it and thinking ahead, what do you think we should do next?
Well, we did just get an invite to Mage Hill, and I do think that they'll have information there, and uh, some Maestro-style activity was noted there, so going, investigating, and getting more info would definitely help. Um,
Mhm.
I also think that we are going to go eventually, but if something major is going to happen to you at the rust yards, I'd rather be as prepared as possible to make sure it happens as little as possible.
Mhm.
Now, May chill. I. That sounds like a college. Are we going to college?
I was
I mean, you
invited to
don't.
take classes, so kind of.
Nobody better be asking for my lunch money.
They do
If they
offer a
do, I'll
card.
scare them off.
Paseth has bad school year memories.
Well,
Dwarven
Mage.
wedgies are the worst.
Alright. Mage Hill's definitely an idea. And uh correct me if I'm wrong, please. It was uh was it Dark Gulch that had activity as well?
The two places that had activities were Swamphold and Dark Gulch.
Oh, Swamphold and Dark Gulch, okay.
Okay.
Lana misremembered.
Dark Gulch is where my sister is.
And Swamphold is where Soleil and Luan are.
Mhm.
Or at
Yeah.
least were.
Yeah.
We don't know how old that information is.
hmm I am. I'm. I'm very much tempted to just go straight there, but I know that's a terrible idea.
Also, how would you ladies feel about buying a carriage? Like, I know it's
Buying
not.
or renting? Because I don't think we could afford to buy one.
Well, maybe not buy a carriage, but we can buy a cart.
A cart.
Horse.
I would
Or
actually.
maybe have Boxbot do the pulling.
Yeah, I was just about to suggest that we probably would only need a cart, not even anything else, because Foxbot's pretty strong.
Strong and doesn't get tired.
Yeah, we could have him go through the night, and if something happens, he can just wake us up.
Boxbot also can't be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How fucking
But I
strong
also
is that
looked at
thing?
this. I looked at the stats. He's 1 point lower than a pony. He's at 14 and a pony is at 15.
Was still respectable.
It's still a +2. The modifier is still the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get him some gauntlets of ogre power.
Oh, that would be so.
Can Boxbot attune to items?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a crying shame, that is.
But I do know of an item that doesn't need attunement because it's supposed to go onto horses. It's the horseshoes of speed. Actually, I believe doubles the speed of a horse
Yep.
or something to that effect. And it doesn't require attunement, so your centaur character can wear them and not need the attunement slot.
Oh, that is wonderful.
Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
broken, is what it is.
One of the one of my people that I used to play with had a centaur monk, and
Oh,
Oh
no.
she took that as a magic item, and she was just galloping across a lake to an island.
pure speed.
I love that, but slightly off topic now. Uh, so I feel like I feel like Mage Hill as a first destination is probably the smart thing to do, and then after that, Rust Yard. I I really want to go after them, but I understand why not.
I don't mean to interject. Uh, just as a point of order, just to make sure everyone is remembering.
Mhm.
Initially, you were sent to the direction of Rustyard by Bartholomew.
Right.
He was the one that suggested going in that direction. And you're looking for the writings and workings and possibly the person of Longstride, which you do know is your sibling.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't want that to be forgotten. I know that's
Yeah.
it's
Have
your
not
call.
forgotten about have not forgotten about Richfield Longstride.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah, with honestly, I don't really think I care one way or another about whatever is there. We 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 literally scared off a monstrous fairy tale. Like, I think we can probably deal with whatever we can find there. I understand the worries and the need to prepare, but if we can't go for our family and if we can't uh, go to there, the best next thing is Rachel, as you said, but there's not really much there other than invitation to take some classes, and she air quotes, with that new friend of yours.
And we'd also be able to speak with your friend more as well. Maybe find out more about the stars.
True. Yeah. You know,
Hey,
speaking of,
has anybody checked the sky lately?
I was literally just about to say that. I don't know if there's been anything recently. About what time of day is it?
It's evening, so it's starting to get to twilight hours. The sun is starting to set.
Okay. Yeah, probably another hour or two. I'll be able to get a good view. But
Yeah, definitely want
honestly,
to.
my vote, if we can't do it, well, we probably shouldn't do the places where our friends and family are, because who knows how old that information is, and who knows if they're still there. If if we shouldn't go there to find them, then we're still on the same side of the continent to Rust Yard. Probably the one of the closest places to us right now. And, well, there's my thoughts. If we aren't going for our family, then that's where I want to go. Well, we could also make a trek back to New Pass, but as we said, Alayla, we want to find Alayla and bring her back to help.
I don't think we go back to New Pass just yet.
Yeah, I
Hopefully,
don't
she
think so
doesn't
either.
go past herself and do anything reckless.
Exactly. So, my vote's towards Rustier. Everyone else?
Well, we'll definitely be a lot more prepared with this and kind of show off one set of the leather armors that I'm working on. It's turning out pretty nice.
If you're convinced that Rustyard is the correct place to go, then
Honestly, in all honesty, I'm not convinced, but that's the best guess I have right now.
Kind of more of a fact that we just need to take one place at a time.
Right.
alright, so I guess it's Rustyard next, unless something comes up to direct us elsewhere.
Yeah, unless pertinent information is made known to us, and unless something very serious and attention grabbing happens, then we'll go to Rust Yard. And thank you for indulging me on this. I probably should be more scared of the place, but just because knowing that something is there is making me want to go there more.
It's interesting how that happens, huh? That knowing that there's danger somewhere, there's some people who are going to go after it. It's either that we're brave or we're just stupid.
Can't the answer be both?
It can and it is.
Okay.
All right, then. It seems like we've got a new destination. I'm probably going to uh, stay up a little bit late into the night to stargaze to see if there's anything different. So, unless someone is still up then I guess this will be good night then.
Yeah. I'll stay up for a little bit, giving guidance to past death as needed, but then I'm going to get some sleep. Today might not have been physically exhausting, but it was mentally exhausting.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, she was scary.
That was not how I was expecting that I would meet the Queen.
I was.
Oh, the
I.
queen, she was scary too. I was talking about the blacksmith lady. Met her again today. Whoo, is she big?
I cannot tell if you're being serious, and I'm willing to bet yes and no.
Nah, I'm joking. She's a lovely lady.
Okay. Ah, you know, I was intimidated by just that entire situation, but as I don't know what is it with me and them, but as soon as she mentioned that anyone involved is a very dangerous wanted criminal to be met with execution, I don't know, that just kind of flipped some kind of switch in me.
Very eye
Uh,
for an
uh,
eye, but I guess you have to be hard to rule.
with that, Pasep just kind of stumbles with his tools. That ain't. Uh,
Oh, sorry, but I shouldn't have.
no, it's happened to a little girl like my sister. Well, granted, she's around the same age as me. How could she do something like this?
Our, for right now, w- so far, we can just hope and pray that she has not done anything. She is involved, yes, but let's hope and pray that she herself has not done anything. Okay? Have faith.
It's all I can have right now.
Alright. Well, I'm going to go on now. Try to see if I can find a good place to settle down for a little bit, stargaze, and see if anything's changed. If I'm not back in time for anyone to still be awake, then I hope you all have a good night.
Good night.
Don't fall off the roof.
So,
Nah, nothing will happen.
Estelle, as you head outside to stargaze, Paseth, can you give me, now that you're done with the studs and they are looking pretty good, you got to put them in the actual armor. So this will basically be a Smith's Tools check.
Guidance.
I also have proficiency in Smith tools. But since it took quite a few hours to do that, the spell would be out. It's just one. There we go, another exact same thing. Let's see. Let's roll the d4 again. Oh no, instead of 25, it's 27.
Okay. So, Paseth, as you continue to work and toil, Leanna, it appears that your guidance has worked well with Paseth, so there's no reason to be, uh, forcing yourself awake any longer than you have to. And as nightfall comes, and Estelle, as you gaze at the stars, the sky appears unchanged. The stars in the sky twinkle as they normally do. The ones that were missing before are still missing, and the ones that have returned are still in the sky.
She's going to stay out for a little while longer, even after confirming. Just to sit there, to gaze, to think. And it's been a long while since she's talked to either of them, so she's gonna see if she can reach out to whoever feels closest at the time.
Who feels closest to Estelle?
At the current moment, she feels very much how the law isn't always right, so she would feel probably a bit. It might be less that she's closer to Cirrus, but more distant from Foio. She's definitely grading under this terrible, in her mind, terrible order that the law has given down for her friend's deaths.
Well, if you want to fuck things up, just go ahead and do it.
I very well could. I I hate this. I hate that they're doing this. Just just want to go back home with them. I just want everything to be peaceful again.
Question. When you say that you hate that they are doing this, do you hate the Queen and her judgment? Or do you hate Luan and Soleil for doing what they did?
I I don't hate the people. I hate the actions they're taking. And
Hmm?
yes,
Estelle. And he kind of floats onto your shoulder and pats the back of your head like it's your back. I think that your biggest hang up at the moment, more than anything, is the fact that you're trying to make sense of something that doesn't have sense to make sense of. The situation is beyond that of A plus B equals C. It is a situation of fuck it and jumping right into the fire. And you're the one tiptoeing around it and waiting for it to burn. You already know it's going to burn. It's inevitable. The point is getting it done with. And maybe taking a few people with you.
you give the weirdest pep talks.
Someone has to keep it interesting.
Hey, something that's been in the back of my mind for a while that I still haven't gotten a straight answer to. And what at Leona's home, the very first time I was able actually to talk to both of you at the same time, you started fighting. What's up with that?
What exactly is it that you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you the whole history between us going back, I don't even know how many years?
I mean, we do have the entire night. Don't have to say everything, but you've known each other, I assume, good long while, amicably, I would hope. And then I assume something happened to change that. So, what's wrong?
You see Cirrus look up to the sky, and you notice his eye pattern and what stars he's looking at, and he notices the stars returned and the stars still missing. And he floats off of your shoulder and in front of you, kind of just sitting in the air, his wings still flapping, but kind of eye level with you. there's a lot when it comes to the lives of folk from beyond. I mean, life isn't as simple as it is here with you guys on the material. It's weird, complicated, multifaceted, multidimensional.
Please stop avoiding the question and answer me.
He looks to you. The little mischievous smile on his face falls, and he sits up straight.
That came off more aggressive than I meant for it to be. I'm sorry.
Puts his hand up to silence you. Takes a second. She broke my heart.
Okay. It's definitely news to me. Is it alright for me to ask a little bit more details, or is it too much to remember?
I remember when I first met her. It was a cave in the Feywild. It was quiet. She was alone. And she was beautiful. She said she was lost, and I, being ever so helpful, decided to guide her through. I believe I was in the spring court at the time, but I fell for her. It was different. Everyone assumes that the Feywild is this place of pure paradise and pure pleasure 24/7, but the fact in the matter is that when you have this overabundance of stimuli all the time for eons, you start to become dull to it. I mean, ask your friend Paseth. You think that anyone would find the life of a dwarf fun if they weren't overstimulated by something else?
Fair point.
Yeah, I asked her to be with me. And I waited under a great willow tree. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited there for 5 years. And she never came back. And then you were born. And in a moment, I found myself reconnected and somehow further away than I could ever imagine.
I'm sorry I asked you to remember this, but thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. It, it means a lot.
Sirius will fly up to you, put a hand on your cheek, look at you in the eye, and say, "You're not sorry. You were just afraid of the fire. And now, well, let's see how well it burns." And he disappears.
She is thinking very hard, very tempted to see if she can see Foyon now, but I don't know if she will quite yet. But the thought in her mind to at least put them on amicable terms is now in her head.
Okay?
And oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, as uh, as you come to this concession, was there anything else you wanted to do?
Um, I am going, if it's all right with you, I would like to make a probably a wisdom check, if that's okay, to see if she can muster up the courage to immediately see if she can try to contact Toeo right now.
Okay, make
And
a
uh, would uh, what do you think a reasonable DC for that would be? Well, actually, let me roll and see what it is first. Uh, and she she thinks about giving herself guidance, but no, she needs to do it on her own strength without any magical enhancement that she can give herself. That's an 8, so for now, she wants to, but not tonight. Another night,
okay.
but definitely sometime soon.
And as you come to that decision, I'm going to quickly go to Leanna.
Mm-hmm.
You drift off to sleep, and the sleep is not unpleasant, nor is it uh, unrestful. But you do dream, and once more you do find yourself now drifting under a vast canyon of water, like before. Able to breathe, able to move, but just drifting.
Who are you? What do you want?
Who are you? Are you? Are you? What do you want? Want? Somehow underwater, your words seem to echo and bounce around something, anything. And then below you, a golden light starts to appear and open, and you see below you Bethel, the eye from before, wide and vast, like a cornfield with night cut right through the middle of it. And that very night seems to shift in your direction, as if responding to your question, but mute.
Can you hear me?
Is that above game or below?
That was above game. My computer acted up again, so I missed what you were saying a little bit.
Where did I cut off?
Shortly after describing the opening of the eye.
The eye opens and the golden light emerges, like a cornfield with night cutting through the middle, the pupil being the night. And it shifts the pupil towards you, vast, much bigger than you are, and it seems to respond mute, without words, to your questions.
Why me? Are you why I was able to breathe when Puddlefoot subsumed me?
Why me, 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 me? Puddlefoot. And as these words seem to echo and bounce, it's almost like they're being controlled. And the figure you know as Bethal seems to manipulate them and twists them around, saying, "Consumed, Puddlefoot?"
Yes, when we were traveling, we were attacked by what we knew as a fairy tale, but now know as real, a being of water called Puddlefoot. It engulfed me, and yet when I was within it, I could breathe as if I were on land.
Fairy tale. Reality? Breathe. Land.
I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me.
I'm not sure.
What is it that you want from me?
Want from you. Land?
You wish to leave the water?
I don't know.
Do you know what you want?
I don't know.
When you figure that out, and what you want me to do, tell me, please.
He wants some fish flake.
You're not here. God damn it. As you hear, I don't know, there's another voice that joins the conversation. And it's less of a specific voice and more of just a scream, as not coming from the entity itself, but it appears something else. And you look down and you see in the night that crosses the cornfield, you see what appears to be a rough approximation of the top third of a human.
Lana takes a look and sees what she can see.
As you get closer, you see that the figure that is less physical and more spirit in nature is seemingly pushing up and up against an invisible field of force above them, and it looks like they're trying to move and scratch and claw and something, and you just hear this bellowing.
Is this you?
Is this you?
I don't know what to do. I don't know what you want. You don't know what you want. I don't know anything currently, I guess.
I don't know you. What you want.
What I want.
You. What you want.
I want to bring my older sister back and save the life of my younger sister.
The water starts churning. You. Roll an insight check for me.
Hopefully that'll roll in a second. I clicked it, but my computer, as I said, is being really fucking weird right now.
No problem. Here it is. Come on.
Nat 20.
Natural 20. Holy shit. What a fucking roll to get nat 20 on. You can tell that the reason why it's responding so aggressively is that it's not referring to you. It's referring to it. It's referring to that spirit. You gather that it cannot speak any words that you do not speak, so it is trying to communicate a subject that it does not have the right pronoun to refer to it as.
You said that I would know it as Baythal?
Yes, that is what Gertrude told you its name was.
Okay. What does Baythal want?
Baythal want.
Freedom?
Freedom?
Is that what you want?
Baythal want. And then he stops again.
knowledge, information, learning.
Silence.
Understanding. A friend.
Silence. Silence.
Family. Comprehension.
There's a
That's right.
shift in the water again. Roll another insight check.
— 17.
17, that's still really good. This creature appears restless, mildly aggressive, and there appears to be something tortured about it. Perhaps what it wants is something thematic of those values.
Something to feel the way that you do.
Bethel want. And then silence.
To unleash your feelings.
Silence.
To attack, to strike, to lash out.
Silence. But I will say with that 17 insight, it is getting closer.
To make things end. To destroy.
Silence.
I have a dumb idea.
Yeah.
Am I able to activate the Medallion of Thoughts?
You can.
I'm going to do so.
And you are casting Detect Thoughts and just
Yes.
checking surface level thoughts?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to attempt to pry deeper.
I think it's automatically going to pass the DC 13 check.
I mean, it could roll a natural one.
I also don't think Lyanna would actually want to hear the proper thoughts of a being like this, because I don't think she would survive it.
Okay. I do need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Natural 20.
Holy shit.
That rolled insight. That's
It
wrong.
rolled both. It rolled both. I see both a wisdom save and insight that are both natural 20s.
Okay then.
Okay. So, as you look into the surface level thoughts, as you try to pry this information from its head, you see a myriad of things. You see a twisted and torn soul being absorbed into Bethal. You hear the screaming, and you vaguely, because at this moment you are not getting merely one memory, but somehow two at the same time, you see a little boy and a little girl. You see walking through a doorway. You see friends and you see a spear. You see night. And then you see a knoll and a goblin. And then you see the sky. And then you see a very closer picture of that knoll and goblin.
And I'm assuming I recognize them?
You do. But then it shifts, as if the memory that you're looking at, or the thought that you are looking at this moment, is shifting between two beings sharing the same mind, and you see something far worse this time. You see something taller than the sky itself. You see something more vast than a mountain range. You see something more than anything. And Leanna, you see this. Oh, come on, where are you? There you are. You see,
Oh.
standing bigger and wider than anything before, a figure humanoid but undead, a halo of fire around him, a chest of fire, a heart of fire, a giant of fire. And you hear the thought of Bethal, I want my resplendent promise. And that is where we will end the session.
Holy shit.
Ho, ho, ho.
Thank you all for tuning in for this episode of Tiān 2.
No, you cannot just end like that. Oh,
Best possible place to end for the week, to be honest.
that is. Oh, no. Mm. Mm.
See you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Dice, for the last 3 rolls.